Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. So, we're back with more Space Engineers. Yesterday was apparently an interesting day on the server, and I missed quite a bit of it. So, after the Dune stream, I wasn't on the server a whole lot until about dinner time, which for me is, 4:30 to 5:30 in that range somewhere. But my sister wasn't feeling all that great, and she's like, hey, could you maybe go to McDonald's and get me stuff? I was like, yeah, sure. I know, not feeling great at McDonald's, but not like that. So anyway, I go to McDonald's, I come back, I've got my cheeseburgers, I've got my fries, we got my Dr. Pepper. I log into the server. I figure I'm going to eat some. I'm going to work some. I was like really happy about it. And I log in, and somebody had repainted the entire base. However, from what I could see, it wasn't that they had just repainted it so much as they had just gotten rid of the yellow. Now, I don't know if it wasn't like, yeah, I know it wasn't you. I don't know if it was accidental. If it was, just let me know you made the accident. It's all good. If it was on purpose, we got some talking to do. It's I don't mind a bit of trolling, but that's not cool. So let's knock that sort of behavior off. Let's be adults about this. Anyway, that aside, oh God, my jaw hurts this morning. I need to stop sucking so much. Anyway, so last night for dinner, I went ahead and I got the 2 large cargo containers that we had outside on the road, and I got those moved in here into our what will eventually be a full-sized room. I'm probably going to do a total of 8 of the large cargo containers, just to make sure that I have enough cargo for a lot of crap. And then on this side, which is what we're going to work on today, is going to be the production side. So I'm going to drill this out, and we're going to see about getting our refineries and assemblers moved into here. And then that way we will have all of the important major components moved inside, out of the line of fire, where it is safe. Now, speaking of the line of fire, and this is the fun part. Yesterday, apparently, the boys had a really good time. And I say apparently because of the fact that there was a base that spawned about 600 meters that way. And if it wasn't for the fact that the mountain is here, it probably would have had clear and open line of fire at the base. Fortunately, though, this mountain is here, so it didn't really shoot at anything important. But the boys were able to go ahead and use a couple of the turrets to snipe the guns that were on top of it, which we managed to bring one of them home and then get it welded to the base. So here we go. I know it's on backwards. It doesn't matter. Here we have the alien pulsar, which does significant amounts of damage. It is also ridiculously heavy. But I made sure to rig it up with the same sort of repair system as all the rest. Well, except for those two down there, because screw them. But little by little, we're actually starting to turn this into a proper base. Future projects that I want to do, and I'll probably work on that next week, is to go ahead and get these conveyor lines buried so they're not sitting there above ground the entire time. And in that way I can better protect them. We are eventually going to be getting rid of all of this. So this will just be an open flat surface that you can drive on. That's kind of the direction I'm going in as is. So that's the plan for that. And then the other thing that I'm looking to do is I'm going to be removing those, moving them elsewhere so that they fit better in the base. And in this area here is going to be a covered sort of garage shelter with an open front, but this will be for some of our bigger vehicles. Things like this drill, for instance, will get moved over there. And that way, with it being covered, it will have the opportunity to be protected against anything that might come to attack us. But as far as the recolor goes, I actually wound up switching it to this sort of orangish yellow, and I really like it better, honestly. I'm like, you know what? Maybe this wasn't so bad. Let's get those. But I wanted something a little bit more vibrant. The other yellow was a little bit kind of a washed out yellow. Whatever the basic yellow is that you get in the color palette, it's not bad, it's just not good. But let's go back to that and battered. Nope. Okay. And then also for the yellow, I am using the dusty texture just because of the fact that I like the way that that winds up looking, how it sort of beats up that yellow color a little bit. And then the other thing the boys wound up doing yesterday was going ahead and drilling this tunnel into an underground escape tunnel, which may actually wind up working in my favor when I go to properly bury the conveyor lines. But yeah, that's all the major updates on this. I did get all of this conveyored yesterday. Oh, and I didn't do all the... Whoops. Helps if you're actually using the correct color crews. Yeah, we'll just get this painted up. And I like using this yellow as an accent. Oh, there's one other thing. I log in this morning and Landry's poor rover was tipped up with its butt on the connector up here, like just tilted up, and half of it was on fire. I don't know what happens. I don't know what physics bug is causing it to do this, but it will keep scooching backwards and then start jumping up onto the connector. So I wound up having to repair everything, and then I took the survival kit off of it and threw on the a medium cargo container and the connector. So unfortunately, I had to do terrible things to her rover in order to fix it and get it to stop doing that. Oh well, sacrifices have to be made for the greater good. But in the interim, we need to see about drilling out this side here and getting this prepped and ready for moving in the refineries. Now at first, I'm only going to do the 2 refineries that we currently have, simply because of the fact that those parts are all already available. And then I am going to go ahead and do 2 assemblers. As before, we did have an assembler and an assembler and a basic assembler. I've already removed the basic assembler. I also removed the basic refinery that we had. It had been and in fact, it was actually not a bad idea to have it, because what wound up happening, I noticed, is that the basic minerals, the basic ores, were getting shoved off to it first. So things like, you know, nickel, silicon, iron, cobalt, that sort of stuff, which then freed up the refineries, the big boys, for the more advanced stuff. Gold, silver, uranium, platinum, etc. Etc. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Gyroscope. No. 0.65. And why does it sound like something just blew up? Oh, well. But let's see about cleaning this out. I'll tell you what, Pecker has definitely been earning its keep. In fact, yesterday, so when I get on last night, I'm just checking on things and whatnot, making sure nothing major had been blowed up, and try and get a little extra work done. And that was when we found out about when I found out about the tower that had spawned nearby. Matt lost another mining ship again. I think that's number 4 or 5 for him. But on top of that, we didn't have any other ship available for the purposes of trying to lift stuff out of that alien tower that had spawned in. So I wound up bringing Pecker out, and we drilled, or we disconnected one of the alien pulsars from the base, and it took a little bit of work, but we finally managed to get it connected. You know, I managed to use the landing gear to grab it, and it was heavy, and it was the poor Pecker was fighting it the entire time, but we managed to get it back to the base. And then from there, I had to get it repaired, which wasn't too bad. And after the repair, it was all about getting it in place. That one was a little bit harder, and I wound up having to add some additional thrusters to the Pecker for that, just to compensate not only for the mass of the pulsar, but also for the fact that I was going to have to rotate in an odd direction. But it did it just fine. Further proof that even the smallest and simplest of vehicles will sometimes be your most important. Sometimes, and especially after you get more and more hours in the game, we start developing this tendency to build more and more complicated vehicles. We know more, we understand the game better, that sort of thing. And so we like to kind of feel ourselves a little bit there, you know? But the reality is that sometimes the more complicated it is, the more that can go wrong, the more that does go wrong. So, whenever you're doing a playthrough, whether it's single player or multiplayer, a good rule of thumb to follow would be make yourself one simple, easy to use, no frills vehicle. Whether it's atmospheric, it's hydrogen, or it's ionic, whatever your environment you're going to be working in, make a vehicle specifically for that environment. Make it dirt cheap. Make it incredibly easy to use. And then just keep it around in case you need it. Because it is amazing the longevity of one of these simple vehicles. And this is one of those that it's very similar to the ugly duckling that Splitsy had made during his survival. Was it Survival Improbable? One of his earliest survival series that was on YouTube. It's one that I go back and watch sometimes, just because it's kind of like that favorite show. You've watched it 1,000 times, and yet you still keep going back and watching it because it just feels comfortable. It makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside. It's kind of like that series. I just can never remember the damn name of it because he's got so many of them now. Because there's like Survival Unlikely, Survival Impossible, Survival Not Guaranteed. But he had a ship called the Ugly Duckling, which was very reminiscent of this. Mine is a little over-engineered, comparatively. But that little ship of his wound up being with him pretty much all 100 and some odd episodes. I think it was almost 200 episodes. And he wound up having to use it for a lot of stuff. That was the beauty of it. So again, nothing wrong with a nice simple ship, especially if it's getting the job done for you. And in fact, try and keep one around just in case. No worries, Turnip. It's not a big deal. I'm just sitting here rambling and drilling anyway. And because hopefully in the next little bit we'll be moving in the refineries and the assemblers. And finally I'll be able to clear up that damn road out there, and we will be able to more easily move vehicles in and out of the base. Because then the next part is to start going through and welding up the ramp out of the base, get the doors in place for that, and then start cleaning that up and making that look nice. Lots and lots of projects to work on still. I am also hopeful. It would be nice. I don't know if we're going to hit that marker or not yet. But I'm hopeful that we might be able. Yeah, hopefully. But I'm hopeful that potentially we might be able to get. Ooh, that sucks. Anyway, sorry. Thought. I am hopeful that potentially I might have gotten enough this month, or I might get enough this month, that I can possibly keep the server going for another month. I don't know yet. It's a wait and see what Twitch is going to do for me kind of thing. But it would be nice to get it going or keep it going another month, because it's been a lot of fun. Even for this first week, there's been a lot of fun shenanigans, some cool stuff. I'm really enjoying this project. Even if it doesn't work out that way, I will definitely make sure that this world gets saved. And then shenanigans. Hey, Farb, what's the name of that place with all the shit on the walls? But yeah, I would like to keep this going another month, because again, it is fun. That is such a good movie. Super Troopers. And I was very definitely high when I saw it the first 10 times. And almost there. And there we go. All right. Oh, wow. I really didn't get that much drilled at all. Like, you're looking at this going, look at how much I've drilled, and then you're like, nope, never mind. Wasn't as much as I thought. But that's okay. It is a start, and a start is what I'm looking for. Kind of even this out a bit. Yeah, there we go. So that way I can use this as a light. There we go. So honestly, it's not that bad. I've definitely... There we go. I was laying down the wrong block, I just realized. And that's going to be another one. I'm going to have to grab some interior plates so that I can do the floor blocks, which... Hey, what's up, Matt? So far, so good. I went ahead and repainted the base after the whole last night thing, or yesterday thing happened. So, going with the off-white, the eggshell white, as well as this sort of orange-ish, yellowish color, which I'm rather fond of. It looks nice. And so far, Nothing has been destroyed, so we're still good. Oh yeah, I want an interior plate. Give me some of this. Perfect. Thank you very much. And we'll get these in place. There we go. The turrets are good. We've got that one in place. I just decided I was only going to grab the one. I was like, screw it. I don't have the energy to bring in more. And then I think Tommy went ahead and ground down the rest of that base, considering that the tower was no longer there. There's no signs of it. And I'm not 100% convinced it was trash collection that did it. And then as far as Dune went, Dune was cool. Got started working on the new base in Dune, so there was that. But I figured today, because part of the thing is I was looking at the Dune category, and there's like, I don't know, 1.5 thousand streamers or something like that. And I'm like, you know what? I think I'm just going to go ahead and we're going to stream some Space Engineers today. Plus, there was some stuff I wanted to work on anyway. I was like, screw it. We'll just do this. I may go ahead and, do some Dune later. But for now, we're going to stick to Space Engineers. Because I want to get the refineries moved in here. Get this all up and running. Okay. Now, what I did for the other room was essentially lined the perimeter like so. And then that way I could go ahead and put in the 3x3 floor blocks. Like that. Because I get to bring the conveyor network in through the top and then come down from the ceiling, which keeps it out of the way. And these floor plates are perfect because that helps me align the actual refinery, which I have absolutely nowhere on. I have gates on here twice. I can remove that and that. I can move that. Let's actually just rebuild that entire bar. Do refineries and assembler. Okay, cool. Now, in the case of refineries, I might have to alter this a little bit. Simply because of the fact that refineries are not 3x3. They are 2x2 by 4. Is that what it is? Yeah, 2x2 by 4. Except, well, technically, if you add modules, they're 2x3 by 4. So that changes things a little bit. And then on top of that, Assemblers kind of become 3x3 if you apply modules to all four sides. So I think what I'll do is I'll put refinery there. And we'll do an assembler there, so that way I can get modules on that. And then I'm going to put the second refinery kind of towards the interior on this side. And that'll help make sure that I can kind of bunch them up, and it'll give the production room a little bit more of something interesting to look at. A different view, if you will. But let's clear some more of this. I'll go get the pecker in here in just a few. Oh, whoops. And then what I'm going to do is when I get ready to start putting everything in here, I'm going to bring the conveyors in first. They're easy to weld up, easy to transport the materials for them. And once I get it over top, ready to connect, I'm actually going to attach a welder to it first and use the welder to then build the refinery. And we can go from there. It'll be real easy to then just keep leapfrogging the refineries. That's sort of what I did over here. Was I brought in the conveyor system first, placed down where I wanted these guys to be at, and then I went ahead and used a welder to weld them up. It works out incredibly well. So let's grab this guy here. That's true. Pecker has so far survived for a considerably long time compared to other vessels. And I was actually talking about that earlier, about making sure that you build yourself a nice, simple, basic, easy to use mining ship. Or just easy to use ship in general. It doesn't even have to be a mining ship. Mining can be one of its many functions. But if it's nice, it's simple, it's basic, oftentimes it will last for quite a while. And get the jobs done. It's like that one tool you have in your garage that is beat all to hell. You've had it for a really long time, but it just is always there. It's always dependable, and it always does its job. Hell, there's certain employees at places that are like that too. I'll clean this out. It was instrumental in getting that alien pulsar to the base. Which I kind of hope we get attacked while I'm on stream. Yes, yeah, it kind of does get you in trouble. I think the other thing is that you're very used to regular hydrogen thrusters, which are comparatively weak when put next to the hydrazine thrusters. One of the things that I will often do when I am building a ship, and this sometimes gets me in trouble because I will wind up having the opposite problem. But when you are building the ship and you are trying to figure out how many thrusters you are going to need for it, Start small. Work your way up, because then you start getting a better idea at the tuning, and it makes it a little bit easier to get the proper number of thrusters on the ship. So start out with like 4, see if it flies. If it feels a little heavy and it feels sluggish, add more. Sometimes you may want to like put some ice or something in it, and then just rinse and repeat until you have the correct number of thrusters that you're looking for. And then, especially with the hydrazine thrusters, they are super, super powerful. Which is part of the reason why I like them so much. Because one of the things that they do is that they drastically extend gameplay for flight. I think that's one of my biggest gripes sometimes about the vanilla hydrogen thrusters, is that because they are so fuel inefficient, they tend to be a little limiting on the range that you can fly, and also the amount of gameplay you can get out of your ship before you have to refuel it. So that's why I generally don't have a problem with modded thrusters. Now, granted, engineering around those limitations is also part of the fun, but I think sometimes it's a little heavy-handed. So having thrusters that do away with a little bit of that pain point, not necessarily a bad thing. You will not hear me going, "Oh no, you're ruining the purity of space engineers." Yeah, they're better than Atmo, they're better than hydrogen, they're better than ion. They use the tiniest fraction of hydrogen fuel. They are incredibly powerful, and they technically come in 2 flavors. There are the hydrazine RCS thrusters. Yeah, basically. But there's the hydrazine RCS thrusters, which are small ones. They use a small conveyor port, or they do attach to large grid regular conveyors. But then there are also the Arlin, what is it? Eric's Lynx thrusters that are the larger ones, and those are the ones that are specifically modeled after the Epstein drives from The Expanse. And so those are even more powerful, and that's what you would probably put when you need lots of extra thrust. But they also are more expensive in terms of parts. They require, what is it? There's a specific part, and I don't know the name of it, but they need a lot more things like gold, silver, and platinum for them. Yeah, something like that. I think it is the fusion cores or whatever. But again, it's one of those where they are well worth the cost, because those drives produce a huge amount of thrust. And so usually they work well as your main thrusters, or reverse thrusters, however you want to do it, or both. On the Puma Mark II, I actually have 4 of them. I have 2 larger ones on the back as my forward thrust, and I have 2 smaller ones on the front of the nacelles as my reverse thrust. Just because, again, they do produce a ton of thrust. And, of course, being more fuel efficient. Let's see. All right. Yeah. Need to start bringing in the good stuff. Another reason why I like the Pecker, it fits through these gates. Hey, CD clone. Funny you should say that. I was playing it yesterday. And it's a fun game. No, let's not blow something up. There's nothing to blow up right now, honestly. 2, 3. Oh, damn. Yeah, there you go. What red stuff? And there we go. Boop. Yes. Oh, red. Gotcha. Yeah, the guys took care of it yesterday. I let the boys get to them. Made them an offer they couldn't refuse. Put that there. And then we get to put refinery there. Yeah, like the base kept getting attacked while I was not streaming. So it happens because they will just suddenly spawn in without warning. Like every other thing, I know, right? Every other thing will sit there and warn you like, hey, such and such has spawned in. Hey, guess what? Here's a sound, something spawned in. And then those little red bastards show up. No warning, no sounds, no, hey, how you doing? Just poof, we're here. And you're like, well, shit. So now I got to deal with that. But for the most part, the turrets should be taken care of. They really, yeah, I'm surprised that one did. That was way closer than anticipated. But what that also means is that I'm going to need to go ahead and put some sort of turret defenses up front at the entrance to the base. So when Wrath was going to build that drill system out there for Cobalt, and I wound up conveyoring out to there, that actually is going to wind up helping, because then that's really easy for me to build the conveyoring system for the turrets. So I'll be able to do some like turret emplacements up front to help protect it. And then here goes that beautiful alien pulsar. And I've got it set up with its own welder as well to make sure that it stays protected. And then at some point I need to add, absolutely. I need to come through at some point and get these with the same treatment, so that way they're all protected and ready to be welded up as well. And eventually, what I may wind up doing is raising the walls up a little bit. And then also, yeah, probably. It really does. What I would like to do is actually move turrets. Well, I wouldn't be able to put the turrets directly underneath because of welder range. Or turrets and then welders. So having to put welders kind of off to the side is sort of the best that I can do. That is also one of the pain points, is welder range kind of sucks. It would be nice if the range on the welders was a little bit higher. But that's okay, we'll make do. And then what I would also like to do, now that I'm thinking about it, I can get rid of that. Let's pop these out briefly, since I'm right here.
Inventory full.
Yeah, I'm eventually going to bury those underground. Okay, there we go. What I want to do is there and there. Get that one welded up, and that one. That one's going to get pulled out. And we'll have to repaint them, but that's not a problem. And then, oh, whoops. Almost. I'll have enough stuff there. That's part of what this entire today's project is about, is being able to get the stuff moved in from here to inside the base. So that way I can start better protecting things. And then how will it look? I'm only going to do one side of this just to see. I might switch those back to white. I'm not sure. Keep the railing yellow, or the catwalk yellow, but no, actually I kind of like that. Okay. So that's what we're gonna stick with, guys. Yes. Yeah, that's going to be the other thing, is then eventually getting getting a garage put up in place, or some sort of outside hangar, so that we can get, like I mentioned, those bigger ships held somewhere safe but out of the way. Bigger ships and rovers, that's the other thing. And then I want mattered. Okay, cool. Let's do I need interior plate. Some of this, some of that. You can go away. And perfect. Doot. And I'll eventually get this replaced as well. And just over time, all of this will get updated the way that it's supposed to. And everybody will be happy again. Okay. Let's grab what I need. Actually, boop. Grab what I need for this one. And excellent. There we go. So that's put back together. That just feels better. It flows better as well. And I will be super, super happy when I'm finally able to get all of that shit into the base and get rid of all of that. Just that. That's what I'll be happy to get rid of. That'll be so nice. Now, fortunately, we can get the rovers out, or at least the smaller rovers out. So there is that. God, I feel so slow if I'm not jetpacking around. All right, first things first, let's get the refineries moved in here. And in so doing, put you in place. Hey, welcome back. Your explosions are on back order. They will be shipped within 5 to 10 business days. Maybe. That would be hilarious. Surprise, motherfucker. Boom. Yes, that actually would be hilarious. It's like, go ahead, raid my base. I dare you. Oh. The sign said no soliciting. Ah, worthy sacrifice. It's for the greater good. All right. Now what I need to do is let's get up here. We will do the straight conveyors. I'm trying to remember which bloody side is it. Okay, that one. So I need one more. You. Awesome. 3, 5, 6. There we go. Yay, unknown heat signature. If it's unknown, somebody should go introduce themselves. And now I just need what this. Give me that. Man. So, having built refineries like that before, that is a huge undertaking, really expensive, and you're going to have to set up a whole lot of sorters. Good luck. There we go. And there goes refinery number 1. Let's T-junction that. Actually, no, regular junction that. Yeah, I know. In all fairness, and in my defense, it was working initially. I don't know why it broke. It works. Sort of. If you place the items in yourself and, you know, like if you just put all the items into the block, it'll then weld it. But that's about all it does. And the reason why is because if I keep switching mods all the time, it actually winds up causing a lot of leftover bad juju to happen. That was part of the problem that we were having with EEM and NPC provider. Still doesn't work. The problem is that you can put items inside of camp. It will not use them. It's a bug. Don't know why. It just decides that it wants to stop using them. And the problem is, okay, so you're forcing items into camp. Are they the correct items for what you need? Also, I know that camp is working-ish correctly because I'm using it right now. So, yeah, hopefully later in the hopefully within the next few days. Izzy's okay. So okay, here, let me pose a question to you. I have 1,000 blocks on my grid. I have thrusters. I have cargo containers. I have all sorts of shit. How am I supposed to know exactly every item that camp is going to need at any specific given moment, and then put that into Izzy's, into the filters and everything? Think about that for a moment. Consider the fact that you are attempting to account for every permutation of block, item, and material that you are going to need at any given second. It would be more work than just doing it the way that we're currently doing it. Well, and then also, like, I love the fact that you guys are trying to troubleshoot this. However, the trouble is, you are working with a block that has a limited amount of inventory space. Eventually it fills up. Yeah. So all you got to do is pull the items out by hand, drop it onto the item. Camp will take care of it eventually. And if it's not taking care of it, just run up, turn them off, turn them back on again. But also, here's the second part of the bug that I think you guys aren't actually paying attention to. Just because camp has the items inside of it, it is not pushing the items to the block that it is attempting to weld. Which is why you have to hand place the items, why you have to put the components into the block that you want welded yourself. Camp will then weld the block for you. That's what I've been doing. No, camp is broken. It was working great. Yeah, it was absolutely working 100% on Sunday and on the start of Monday. I didn't make a bug report. I didn't have to make a bug report. It was already reported by the time I actually looked at it and noticed it. I didn't notice that it was a major bug until I went and looked at the workshop page. Yes, that's how I know he's working on it. I love you guys so much. It's like playing a game of telephone. I need interior plate. All right. Nice. There we go. Unfortunately, there's no amount of huffing and puffing that is going to fix that one. Oh, actually, no, you may wind up being able to huff quite a bit and fix it that way. All right. Yes, there goes our 2 refineries. So, next. Not going to worry about modules on them just yet. What I can do, however, is let's see about getting rid of these. Oh, Shazbot. That's currently how this ship is attached. All right, let's see. Is this seriously a remote ship? That's messed up. Funny, but messed up. Yes, this looks to be a remote ship. Okay. Turn those on. Set that to fill. Tommy was working on it yesterday. Or last night. Like, late last night. We ground it down. Okay. Actually, yeah, I can just leave that on auto. Nope, we'll set it there. Yeah. Went ahead and I ground it down, brought the parts back, and then I think Tommy went ahead and finished off the
Inventory full.
the actual tower itself. All right. Okay, you go there.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
In a way, I'm kind of glad camp isn't working right at the moment.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Because otherwise, I would be attempting to grind this down. It would be attempting to replace it.
Inventory full.
Excellent. Righteous. Righteous. All right, I'm going to get rid of this as well. And now the problem is that the just cannot get away from these damn connectors attached to the tops of refineries. Let's see. I need... I need to go ahead. Yeah, after about the third time of having to repair it or replace it, it's just been chilling there. I think what helps is that it is a little bit lower, like 1 or 2 blocks lower than the one that I built. And because all of the wind turbines are stuck together, it has made them less of a target. Okay. Oh. Cruz just had an idea. Cruz is not sure how idea is going to work. Oh, rock on. Yeah, we're definitely going to need that. Purified blood. Okay, so what I'm thinking is... Awesome, even better, yeah. When I get on a little bit later, I will go through and get that 3rd level added. So that way we can go ahead and see about having a little bit more room to work with and get some more stuff in there. Although honestly, right now, we're not hurting too bad for room. We've got stuff that we can put downstairs if we really need to. All right. So the idea that I'm having, which I doubt I'm going to go through with, you probably could. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. All right, Brockstar, have a good one, buddy. Stay out of trouble. Or don't, I'm not your mama. I'm not nearly as pretty as your mama. Okay, so what I'm thinking of is taking out this block here, this block here, Mama Cruz, sometimes. Take out those two blocks, replacing them with rotors facing inwards. And then creating a door to cover this. Now, this is a bad idea because of the fact that we do get attacked. Once we get the shield up around the base, it might be a little bit more entertaining. But basically creating a door to go over top of this so that it can be lifted up out of the way. Oh. What? I could, give me a second. I gotta play this out. Okay, so what I'm thinking of is I don't need to build a full-size door. I build a most-size door. So it covers most of the way that I want it to cover. For the rest of the way, I use airtight hanger doors. And the reason why I hope this works and would be important is because what that winds up doing is it means that as I open the doors, it shifts the center of gravity of the grid back and makes them easier to open and close. But it also makes sure that I can extend them or retract them, giving thus more space once they're opened, or having more length to work with when it's closed. Ooh. Brain go explodey. Now the question is, do I do them lengthwise or do I do them at a right angle? So that way it's sort of like the top of a box closing. I'm going to have to play around with that. Anyway, now that I'm done on that tangent, the only thing over here right now is the camp system, which... Is anything attached to it? No. Is anything inside of it? No. We can go ahead and clean that out.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory.
Because I've still got the other one. Nice. I'm going to need to move the batteries. Although I don't know how... I basically need to make a forklift so that I can move the batteries. I don't know how I would do that, though. Like, I know how I would make it, but it's like the actual, hey, what's up, Tommy? Okay, the other thing I wanted to do was I wanted to follow this. That comes down here. Yeah, I know that feeling. Okay. This. Okay. Okay. Hey, what's up, Mortibus? All right, so that is the line coming in. I need this. Let's see. Perfect. Ha ha ha! Nailed it. Nailed it. Okay, I should be able. I'll make this a little bit wider so it's easier to get through here. Actually, right here would be perfect because that's already in line with what I want. Yeah, okay. And then I will dig down a little bit in an attempt. Yeah, so that way I'll be able to dip under this. Okay, so what we're doing, oh, actually no, we'll go over it. It's fine. Anyway, what I want to do is I want to pop
Inventory full.
that one out. T-junction that. And then I can run this all the way down here. You get T-junctioned. This becomes a C-junction. And then you go straight. Did I grab that one? No, I didn't. It means potentially it's still there. As long as it still has power, it should be okay. It may have just been the survival kit on it that got knocked out. But as long as it has power, then it should still be there. Theoretically. Okay, there we go. So now I've got that set up. This can go away. I would imagine so. Let's get the rest of that, and then I need, for right now, oh, gotcha. No survival kit. Okay. Programmable block is going to go in here for now. Yeah, that is part of the problem. It is amazing how people have found more and more inventive ways to cheat at games. And like, okay, here's my stance on cheating. In a single player game, cheat all you want. The only person that you're doing anything to is yourself. Not a big deal. However, in multiplayer games, if your cheating affects other people, or in some way, shape, or form affects the totality of the game, don't do it. If you are playing a small, let's say, like if you're playing with your best friends or family in multiplayer, and that's the only people who are involved in it, and you all have agreed to the rules of cheating, that's okay. Because everybody is in on it, everybody is aware of it, it is part of, at that point, the group. But if what you're doing affects other people and they are not into it or have agreed to it, don't do it. Oh, gotcha. Fair enough. Well, the rant still stands. All right. What I want to do here is edit. We're going to grab all of that. This then gets shut off. And actually, programmable block. Edit. Paste. Check code. I said check code. There we go. Okay. That's doing its thing. I can get rid of that one. One less thing to worry about. Excellent. So now we've got the programmable block in the base. We've got refineries in the base. Let's see, what's next? I need this out of the way. We get to play a little game of, can I get this in the garage? Oh, come on. I hate that. Control. Okay, those are on, that's on. Okay, short answer, yes, I can get this in the garage. Okay, turn those off. There. That was nice, actually. That was remarkably easy. So now it is time. You. Oh, come on. Camp. You are... Oh, you're set to weld only, that's why. Yeah, no worries. I knew it was remote. The moment I took a look at it and realized it had no cockpit, I was like, oh, this must be remote. So, that's fine. I don't mind it being remote. It's just that there is a weird behavior that when you dock a remote vehicle to a large grid, the large grid takes it over and it is no longer remoteable, which is kind of annoying. Oh, it also helps if I have my antenna on. Oh, it is it? Okay, that's the assembler. So before I get started on that, good Lord. Well, okay, so okay, here's an interesting thing about travel in the United States. Because of the size of the United States and the fact that it is considered one whole country, each state would be equivalent to a European country in terms generally of land mass, with the exception of Texas and Alaska. Those two can fuck right off. They're too big, just too big. That being said, when you consider travel within state, there are generally two easy ways to travel outside of just driving there yourself. If you're not going to drive, there's train, and then you can get a flight, a chartered flight, within most states, usually by a small puddle jumper kind of plane. So that is possible. There are generally lots of little smaller airports all over. I know the state that I live in has probably like 16 of them. So there are a couple of ways to do that. I don't going by train is generally a little bit cheaper, but it takes a little bit longer. If you take a small chartered flight, it's probably not too bad. And then, of course, driving is just time consuming on, you know, the amount of time it takes and the fact that you're having to do it. But with the way that our interstate system is set up, our highway system, it's not terrible to drive across a state or even into other states. Lots of people do it. And they do it all day long. And yes, there are so many people in Europe. Well, it also depends on what state you're in here in the US. Like California, New York, and Florida, are all absolutely packed to the gills with people. Yeah, I think part of the problem is, and this is something that everybody's kind of facing right now, oh yeah, you're talking here. There's specifically a hole out here which leads down to some ice. Leads down to a lot of ice. I found this, I was doing a deposit scan and found this. So yes, there's a lot of ice out here. We're good on ice for a while. Like, that's not going to be a problem. One thing I want to check though. GPS, Top O Mountain. And I want to see, because I keep... is how close to Top O Mountain I'm coming. That's home. Okay. Huh. Good to know. We should complain. We absolutely have every right to complain about the fact that things are getting more and more expensive, because it's not that they are getting more expensive. And it's not that we have things that others do not. It's the reason why things are getting more expensive, and it's the reason why we have things that others do not. I think those are the most important distinctions in any argument, is the how and the why of it. How are things more expensive? How are things getting more expensive? Why are things getting more expensive? Those are two very important and very distinctive questions to be asking in the argument of prices are too damn high. Because at the end of the day, when you look at where the money is going, it's not going back into the economy the way that it's supposed to be. What's happening is the money is coming out of the economy and going to individuals and getting hoarded by individuals. Now, money in this case is not strictly cash. It is anything that is monetarily valuable. Cash is just the form of the trade, but the value of the thing is what's important. And that's what is, and why we are having the problems that we're having, is the monetary value is being transferred away from the largest group of people to the smallest group of people. And in order to maintain that status quo, they are then forcing the largest group of people to pay even more money that is not in the system. I think a really good way to look at this is that there is a finite amount of energy within the economic system of the world. What's happening is that you have the largest portion of the organism producing the most amount of energy, but they're not getting it back. Instead, they're getting a fraction of it back, and the rest of it is going to a tiny amount of that organism, and it's not for the benefit of anybody else. Gotcha. Oh, no. You misunderstand. Unions actually have too much power in the US. unions are their own form of government in the US, and there is a the problem with the US is that we like to say that everywhere else is more corrupt than we are, but that's not true. Our corruption is just slightly different. The reality is the unions run the US, and everybody who has power and everybody has money runs the United States. That's ultimately what it is. Because the problem is, yeah, partly, but really it comes down to the fact that you get high enough in the union, and what winds up happening is that those people have so much power that they start controlling everything else. They start controlling every other aspect of the union. And oftentimes, when all is said and done, the only people benefiting from the union are the people at the top, not the bottom. Now, smaller unions do tend to do a little bit better. But ultimately, what always happens is that somebody gets to the top of the union or the group or the organization, and they start liking the feeling of power that they have. And so in order to maintain that feeling of power, they start bringing in more and more people that are going to support them. And they start bringing in incompetent people that are going to support them, until you have a very large organization surrounding a single or a small group of people that are there strictly because they like the power and the control that they have. Yep, exactly. Yeah. Unfortunately, laws here in the US, shit. Well, the US right now is just broken, is what it is. We are a broken country with no idea what we're attempting to do anymore. The last time that the US actually had kind of an idea of what we were trying to be as a country was 9/11, and that lasted for about 3 years. And then it went downhill from there. That is the unfortunate reality of the United States right now, is we are more content to fight ourselves than we are to actually try and get anything accomplished. I don't want to sit here and get neck deep into politics, but I will just say it doesn't matter which side of the political spectrum you're on, doesn't matter what your religious beliefs are, doesn't even matter who you follow on X/Twitter/TikTok/YouTube. The problem is that the United States' biggest export right now is rage. We are a country of angry people. And that is probably what is hurting us the most. And it is unfortunate. And when you look at it, other countries are also suffering from the rage. That's right, I was going to go work on the assemblers. There was a point in time where people started to realize that it was an incredibly lucrative business selling anger. And that's all it is. Absolutely, 100%, absolutely. And it's been happening long before Trump was in office. It was happening before Biden was in office. Honestly, I would say that it started probably when Twitter and YouTube started to become mainstream. Once Twitter and YouTube became platforms, not just services, but actual platforms, that's when rage became America's export. And its import. That's when business was booming. Okay, let's grab about 100 of those. But anyway, let's get back to work here. And we will get, nope, these. That and conveyor. Yeah, well, not blowing stuff up yet, hopefully. There you go. Oh, whoa, shit. I'm about to fall and die. I'm trying to put us in a situation where we're not blowing up. Yes, I noticed. Fortunately, I've got a nice big warning in the middle of the screen that says, hey, dumbass, you're about to die. The problem, the reason why I am less rageful is A, I'm in my 40s, but I also spent most of my life incredibly stoned. And so over time, that just kind of worked out all the needing to be angry thing. Plus, when I was younger, I used to get so angry. I used to be one of those guys that just had to lash out at stuff. Drugs are always drugs are not the solution. Drugs are bad, okay? Don't do drugs. Give them to me. As far as the feel of the ship, Tommy, it actually doesn't fly too bad. It feels like it has a good amount of lift, of maneuverability. Overall, it feels like a good ship. I mean, it's not better than Pecker, but it's a good ship. I mean, it'll get the job done. And that's, again, I always tell people, because I'm very pro marijuana myself, but I tell people, if you don't feel like you could be able to handle drugs, don't do them. If they have no interest for you, don't do them. There's no reason. You're not missing anything. It's not going to make you better. It's not going to make you worse. Well, it might make you better, but it depends on what you suffer from to begin with. But ultimately, it's one of those things, they're not necessary. They're nice, but not necessary. If I were to recommend anything, it would be marijuana. And that's only because of the fact that it has a lot of benefits when done, A, in moderation, and B, with certain understandings in mind. I used it as a drug and a medicine. I'm just saying. Okay, that's good to know, Tommy. Yep, pretty much, Matt. If your habits are going to affect the people around you, why am I bothering to put that there? That was dumb, Cruz. Maybe I should be on drugs for this. Yeah, that's true. I need something. Let's... I have noticed, and this is like a personal observation of myself, that I do actually have an addiction problem. Now, fortunately, being broke really helps cure your addiction. Broke and lazy, the two biggest motivators for getting cleaned up. But I do notice that there are circumstances where if what I'm taking or what I'm doing gives me any form of positive reinforcement, I want more of that. And so I have to oftentimes remind myself, don't fucking do that. So it's one of those where when you are capable of observing the problem within yourself, being able to fix it also makes you feel better. And that's kind of a fun feeling to chase as well. That would actually be funny. Constantly welding the assembler. Yes, they are. Oh my God, yeah. Well, I would probably say Just Cause 2. That one, I think, overall is the best of the series. Because I have played all four. I've played, well, no, I haven't played one. I own it, I haven't played it. I played through all of 2 and beat it, and I've played through all of 4 and beat it. And actually, personally, I enjoyed 4 more, but I think 2 is a better game. See, that is a mental health issue, and that's why games always wind up getting a bad rap. Let's get up here. Oh, that must be the signals blowing up. Okay. Well, and you know, it's funny that you mentioned that. Honestly, I keep trying to play Just Cause 3. And I don't know what it is about that particular installment that just doesn't grab me the same way. I keep trying to play Just Cause 3, and I always get to roughly the same spot, and then I just get kind of bored of it. But I played through all of Just Cause 4. Thank God I was behind this thing. Okay, that was funny. That was hilarious. Yeah, that's the other problem. That was always my problem in school. Is I the kids that I went to school with were so dumb. So dumb. Okay, I'm gonna put... Actually, I'm gonna put speed modules on here. I wholeheartedly believe that too. That's because we keep taking money away from the education system. Like, I don't know of anywhere else in the entire world outside of third world countries where teachers are forced to buy supplies for their students, where teachers have to spend their own salary on materials for teaching their students. No, yeah. Yeah, it's you in America. Oftentimes, teachers are forced to pay for their own supplies, pencils, paper, books. Like, they spend their own money in order to be able to educate. And they don't get paid that much to begin with. Most teachers barely make above a minimum wage salary. Yeah. No, of course I don't have enough computers. Yeah, and that's, again, apparently it seems to be a worldwide problem. Are you not connected? No, you should be. Am I just out? I probably am. Oh, we are probably out of iron. Okay. Yeah, because everything should be connected. All right, we got to go get ourselves some iron. Okay, cool. I'll bring the rover out because I haven't had a good stretch of the legs in a little while. So let's do that. Yeah, that's the other problem. And which rover? The small one? Oh, okay. So the green one, this one, it's a physics bug. And I don't know if it's specific to multiplayer or if it's just specific to space engineers in general. But because, I was parking this forward, but it kept rocking backwards. And actually, when I logged in this morning, half of this thing was on fire. So I had to go and repair it. And then I took the survival kit out so that I could get a medium cargo container and a connector on here and lock it in place because I was noticing that. And yeah. But, nope. Almost ran somebody over. Yes, they are. At the end of the day. Oh. Almost ran over Tommy boy. Well, this is the fun part about the education system worldwide. And it's funny, too, in a weird sort of way. When you look at cultures across the world, the two cultures that are considered some of the best educated are the Indians and the Chinese. They currently have some of the highest educational standards, which is interesting. And specifically China. I think what makes China an interesting situation is that they also still have a fairly large population who are illiterate. But those who do get an education have incredible educational standards. Like, they are locked into school until they're like 28 or something like that. A little bit of a stereotype, but sometimes stereotypes exist for a reason. That being said, wow. That's right. I'll get that iron. When you look at America and a lot of Western cultures, our biggest problem is that, culturally speaking, we look at education and being educated as a negative thing. People who are educated are usually looked down upon, where we then look at physical prowess as the defining factor. First of all, well, it's in a lot more than just America. It is something that has been spreading more and more. It has been a growing issue for a long time. It may have sort of started in America, but it has definitely spread. The idea of being intelligent was for a long time taboo. The other issue, and this is also a fun one, is that there's also this idea that just because you've gone to college, you are immediately smarter than everybody else in the room. Or just because you have gone on to get a higher education, that you are the smartest person in the room. There was this absolutely brilliant video on YouTube that I think kind of backfired in a way, where it was, I think it was like 6 people, varying backgrounds, ethnicities, etc. And at the two ends of this personality spectrum, specifically, you had this young woman who was PhD in bioengineering or something like that. She worked for a pharmaceutical company that did or worked on COVID testing kits. She thought that she was hot shit. She thought that she was going to be the smartest person in the room. She was 100% convinced of it. On the other end of this, you had a young man. Now, bear in mind, no. Well, she might have been Karen, but it would have been spelled differently. She was of, if I had to guess, Indian descent, it looked like. So, first of all, woman of color, highly educated, and this was during 21, 22, I think is when the video's from. So, of course, you know, it's at the height of the whole, like, you know, we're not going to go into that. But in essence, her entire argument was based on the idea that she was just going to be smarter. Then you have this very sort of confident, soft-spoken young white guy who is a Marine, who works in, it was one of the cleanup details, if I remember correctly, but he had to be highly educated for it. Everybody thought he was going to be the dumbest one in the room. So then they do the IQ test. Oh, you've probably seen that video. Yeah, you've probably seen that video. And he was like the third smartest in the group. He had the third highest IQ. The woman who was the PhD, who, you know, thought she was hot shit, she had the lowest IQ out of the group. It was absolutely hilarious. It's like, if you have to talk that loud about your IQ, you probably aren't the smartest person. And then, to make it even better, after the IQ test, after they went through and talked about how all of that, exactly. After they talked about all of that, she then goes in and, instead of talking about IQ, talks about his EQ instead. Well, he doesn't have the highest emotional quotient, and it's like, really? Really? Exactly. I have known a lot of people with bookmarks who were dumb as a box of rocks. And I have known a lot of people who had very little school sense, who could absolutely engineer not only the wet paper bag itself, but their way out of it. And they did it for fun. The biggest problem comes from having book smarts, but no practical education, no practical experience applying the intelligence. In fact, I think that should be the distinction between intelligent and smart. You can be incredibly intelligent and very dumb, and you can be very smart but not super intelligent, and that's okay. I try to sit somewhere in the middle if I can, personally. I try and be intelligent and smart. Doesn't always work out, but I try. Yeah. Well, and that was one of my problems in school as well, is that oftentimes they spend so much effort on just the book education aspect. They don't spend enough time on the application aspect of things. Okay, we are going to grab some of this and that. Good question. Let me check. At the moment, we could probably use another load or two. Yeah, practical dumb. I like that. Yes. We've got 20,000 currently in holding, with, I'd say, about 16,000 currently, no, 24,000 being refined, which will give us about 48,000. So I would say, yeah, another couple of loads should be good. I know, right? I love how math is always the defining factor on who's smart. That's like math is not the end-all be-all answer to intelligence. It's a good indicator of your capabilities of being intelligent, but it itself is not what makes you smart. Oh yeah. Drop those off. Oh yeah, you're not going to be able to get anything out of that. I just realized I can't collect shit from there. There we go. Yeah. See about being dumb. Why isn't it working? Oh, and my neighbors are doing their yard. Okay, I'm going to take a quick AFK because that's about time to anyway. And then when I get back, we'll see about getting more of the stuff cleaned up off of the road. And maybe, just maybe today I'll be able to get it all cleaned out and we can actually properly utilize that whole area. But I will be back in just, actually, you know what? We're going to tea break this because I may get distracted by a sandwich. I don't know. Yeah, because I need water anyway. So I'll be back in just a little bit. The fuck are you doing? I guess the better question is why are you doing? Grinder's already a thing, unfortunately. Fair enough. Mm-hmm. And he's doing it just cause. All right. Custom turret controllers? They're really straightforward. Essentially, the way that a custom turret controller works is that you're going to have two main components to it. Essentially, you're going to have a rotational axis. In most cases, it's going to be a rotor. And you're going to have an elevation axis. And usually that's going to be a hinge. It can be another rotor, but usually it's a hinge. Let me see about breaking one out. Oh, whoops. Okay. All right, so azimuth would be like your rotation. Elevation would be your hinge, obviously the up and down. Typically you want to put a camera on it. Yeah. Well, next time, clone, do it differently, because I was really confused with the toppings that you were using. But let's go ahead. It's best not to ask that question. I need some steel, and I need some of that. Maybe it is, and that's why he can't translate it. And then we'll put... Not yet. That's fine. Oh, of course, large steel tubes. Large steel tubes are always the bane of my existence. That. There we go. Okay. Really? Go get the rest. And okay, we will call this turret rotor. We will call this turret hinge. Okay, sounds good, Tommy. Okay. Now we just need some sort of weapon. Weapons. The problem is, actually, we'll use a fireworks launcher. That'll work. No, it won't, because it has no way to connect it. Anyway. Actually, no, I have an idea. We will add small head. All right, there we go. This will work. All of those, awesome. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to get some guns on here. That's actually hilarious. A vegan omelet. What moron would actually order that is the funny thing. Like, who actually goes, you know what? Chickens aren't organic enough, so I want an organic chicken instead. Like, really? Kind of going overboard with this, but screw it. Oh, nice. Good way of doing it. I'm used to doing third-person flying, so the cameras really don't, like, I don't need them, per se. But let's get these. Now, of course, I have no ammunition attached to them. So we'll see about, I might be able to add some sort of ammunition to this. Oh. Oh, I suddenly realized why I think you guys couldn't fire. I just realized this. There are two rotors in the game. And this is what trips up a lot of people. There's a basic rotor, and then there's an advanced rotor. And that goes for both small grid and large grid. You want to know what the difference between them is? While they both spin, only one of them is conveyored. You were using advanced? Okay. So for those of you who are in the back, who don't know, always make sure that if you need to run something through your rotor that you use an advanced rotor. Okay, and last I need... I thought I had it on one of these damn bars. Apparently I don't. Let's grab a camera. Oh, that's easy. That's an easy fix. If your movement is too fast, okay, there goes the camera. We will assign the turret rotor, turret hinge. Nope. Turret camera. Okay. So more than likely, you were dealing with... Oh, come on. Why can I not control this? Oh, I probably have to be in an actual control seat. And... helm. Give me a second here to get this put in place. Weld. Okay. Custom turret controller and control. All right, so what you were dealing with is this does move real quick and you do get jiggle. The reason for that and how you can fix that is come into your custom turret controller and you want to go to your velocity multipliers. And if it's going too fast, go ahead and drop it down. You can do so, let's say we'll do 2.5 and 2.5. And that should help with the jiggling. Now it does make them slower, but that should also hopefully keep you from jiggling as much. And you can adjust it as necessary. I would say probably somewhere between 3 and 6 ought to be sufficient. Yeah. So for large grid, make it slower. For small grid, but play around with those and you should reduce the jiggle overall. And then as far as being able to fire, turret controller, let's see, we should it should be able to that's what I'm looking at. Control mode. Movement mode. Okay. So you'd probably want to go ahead and set it so that it's not on AI mode. So enable AI. We'll turn that off, and it should hopefully make it so that you can fire. But yeah. It should just automatically add the guns that are on the turret itself. So whatever's after this, I think. I don't know. Let's see. What are these? You are autocannon. CTC, AC. Right. That's what I'm looking at. Is I would say you're probably going to want to go ahead and name them. Add them to, let's see, how would I do that? I would probably go ahead and set it up with timer blocks. So you have each, let's say you have a row of guns. You have these 10 guns. Each 2 would get a timer block by itself that would tell it to fire. And then you would have a single timer block that you trigger when you press the button that starts the whole scenario. So each set of timer blocks or each set of guns triggers the next timer block to start its countdown, so that it basically ripple fires through them. And then once it gets through, then you should be able to do that. But that's the only way that I can think of to do it. CTC ACs. Okay, and then custom setup actions groups. Shoot on. Shoot off. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty basic. But yeah, that's about the gist of it. That is, as far as I can tell, that is sort of the wrap up of custom turret controllers. I don't know of much else in order to make them work. But that is, whenever I do them, I usually do them simply for what is it? For the sake of doing solar towers. I think I need to get a second camp up and running. Just one is a little slow. Wait for that to do its thing. Which, that reminds me, are these empty? That is not. Ingots. Off. Ingots. Stop moving shit in there. Let's. Oh, you're damaged. Okay. Yes, it apparently did. I just noticed that it was damaged, which means it took the hit. So, good ladder. But we are now ready to be able to remove that. Okay, now I can start getting rid of all of this. And this, and that. Oh, this is a glorious day. All right. Here's hoping. We are now able to finally pull that rover out. All of this is going away. Sorry, Tommy. But we no longer need that. We can also get rid of the O2H2 generator, which has an ass ton of ice in it. Oh, okay. Well, you were using them, so that's why I said sorry. Get rid of this. There we go. All right, and this goes away. Oh, gotcha. No worries. No worries. You go away. Oh my God. It's been a week because we put this together Saturday or Sunday and Monday. These went up. And it's been over the past few days that we've had to armor it all up as well. But we are finally getting to remove this bullshit out of the way. Which, honestly, that's kind of the fun of the build, is okay, gotcha. Fair enough. I need that. Oh, yes. It feels so good. Getting to clean up so much of this. And then I just need to find a way to move those batteries, which I could probably actually use Pecker to do it. I just don't have a location for them is the problem. If I'm really feeling froggy about it, I could maybe move them in here somewhere. I'm also thinking I might just go ahead and waste the power cells that they have to put new batteries in here. In fact, I think I might just do that. And what I'll do is set them to discharge. Set these to recharge. It's not nearly as insane as you would think. It's amazing how often that winds up being the goal of a lot of people. Plus, it is an admirable goal because it is something that is a little more achievable than you might realize. I can just replace that. Let's be realistic. It's not welded up. Why? This is working just fine. And I'm getting in my cardio. You should be able to, Tommy. Well, you're off to a great start so far, Matt. Let's see. Almost there. Awesome. Well, hopefully you're able to find it. I really hope you're able to find your rover, because that would be cool. Well, see, you just need more practice, that's all. No. Almost. You, charge mode, discharge. You, charge mode, discharge. You have so much power. Awesome. I am happy that the server is going well. My one concern is that I would start it and it wouldn't get much traction, but I'm glad that it is. All right, we'll set you two to recharge. Okay, how you doing? You are not discharged. You know what? Screw it. I don't care. We have enough nickel. We're fine. And we'll just set you to auto. Auto. There. Look at that. A nice open road. Let's see. We'll get this cleaned up. Now. I can clear these out. Oh, this is a momentous day. That's true. It is kind of nice sometimes to have a little bit of time away from whatever project it is you're supposed to be working on, because it does give you that opportunity to then sort of plan around what you're looking to do It kind of is, actually. Now you go away. I welded you just so that I could destroy you. So here's a little thing about the way that most of these things work. They don't give a damn about empty grids. Oftentimes, the only way that something spawns is because there is a player nearby. So, generally speaking, if you're not near a grid in space, you should be fine. Now, if there are empty grids near your location, they will attack that. Tommy's little base over by the iron pit is a perfect example of this. Okay, that's all done up. It really has. It's been a great pre-target. Okay. It is actually kind of amusing that it is still around. I am surprised that it is still around as well. That's the interesting thing. Let's see, as a temporary measure, get rid of you and camp. Let us not make it red. That would be hilarious for it to build itself and then kill itself. The only way that a blueprint of the base would work like that is if I remove the base entirely. So it's one of those that, yes, it would keep the paint job, but it wouldn't help in the grand scheme of things because the paint job would not show over the blocks if the blocks are already there. All right, your area, we'll set you to 2.5. Auto pick up items, help other grids. Cool. And there we are. Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun. Ooh, almost out of jetpack fuel again. Yeah, and see, okay, that's the thing that's kind of annoying is if it was an accident, I hope that the person would go ahead and drop a message in Discord, either to the server or to me directly. Yes, as long as you have a cockpit, or, you know, you are in control of a vehicle, you should be able to target without a weapon. Yeah, should be able to. But yeah, that's why I am of the mindset that it may have been a prank. That aside, if an accident happens to the base, let somebody know. We can't fix the problem. We can't fix the accident if we don't know about it. So, and again, it's a game. We understand. Shit happens. It's okay. It's fine. Just let peoples know. The only time that I get angry about it is when it's a deliberate thing. I don't know. If you atomize the base, just make sure it looks cool and you got video of it. Oh, I bet the other one is set to weld only. I bet it is. Nope, weld before grind. Okay. So they both should be working. Yeah, there you go. And oh, it's so beautiful. Awesome, I think. Now the next stage of this is to go through and rebuild some of this. I'm gonna have to take out a lot of the steel or the armor blocks here so that I can replace them with the floor blocks. Oops. Yeah, no, that's fine. And the biggest thing that I need to do is... Yeah, probably. But what I need to do is go through and bury some more conveyors so that I can get them out and under and then back up. And the same for over here, because then that way I will be able to get rid of all of the above ground stuff. Plus those conveyors will be protected if we do get attacked. Outside of hopefully having the stuff that we need for a shield, a base shield. So I need to leave that for now. And it happens. The trick is, don't go looking for uranium or silver. Yeah, exactly. Go looking for something else instead. Like, I'm really looking for silicon. So go out specifically to find silicon and see what happens. It's like Murphy is just sitting there laughing at everybody.
Inventory full.
Oh, sure, you'll do that. No, I'm not looking for silicon. I'm telling you, when you go out looking for uranium, instead tell yourself that you're out looking for silicon. You will find uranium instead. Yeah, exactly. Just go looking for anything other than uranium and you will find it. There we go. Now I just got to wait for this to do its thing. Oh, this is nice. We're finally starting to reach that point where it's all coming together. It's starting to actually look like a proper base rather than, hey guys, we just started. Something like that, Tommy. Let's drill that down a little bit. Same with you. Kind of mow the grass here some. And there we are. Excellent, that should work. All right, next step. Make sure we have the right colors chosen. Oh, I don't have any interior plate. Gosh darn it. All right, put you in there. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to tell you this, whatever the hell you want. If you want to build your showcase ship, do it. If you want to build a ship for the group, do it. Don't sit there and ask me for advice on what you should do to have fun. I don't care. Absolutely do whatever you want to do. Whatever you feel is going to give you the most enjoyment while playing. I think that's kind of what I'm trying to get at for most people is don't look to me to tell you what's fun. It might also still consider your rover as being owned by you. that's yeah. I can see that being a thing there, Matt. Control panel. I need you to be. You're also 2.5. Let's bump you up to 5. Both of the camp blocks will get bumped up to 5. We'll just speed that up a bit. Well, so far, resources we're doing okay-ish. That's okay. I can understand that. Let's get you guys moved away. That goes bye-bye. Okay. What I also want is a cargo access point out here. There we go. Well, that's good, I guess. There we go. And awesome. And we get this one. Of course, it's always just like 6 of the construction components. There we are. Now I just need some internal plate so that I can gotcha. And everybody's happy there. So I will probably... Okay, I can work with that. So it looks like I will have 2 extra blocks over here that I'll have to work with, which is fine. That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I adjust this, let's go ahead and pop you out, and grab some more interior plate. All right, so what I'm looking at is we go ahead, let's cut you back for a second. And then what just, oh, probably just that block, not a big deal. I'll reattach it. All right. Yeah, no worries. No worries, you're not in my way. I'm mostly just getting this planned out so that way I can get it all welded up and looking nice. Why is only one of them working out here is the question. They should be both working out here. Oh, I know why. Because let's circle back to that whole Cruz's dumb thing. The camp blocks get welded up in the turned off position. And Cruz is a dummy. Cruz, it really is. Yep, no worries, Matt. There we go. That's so much better. I was wondering why it was taking so long for them to grind anything down. Now I know. We can get the rest of this done up. Let's... Okay. I need interior plate. Ah, there we go. Yes. All right, so what I've got here is I've got 1, 2, 3 of those, and then 1 and 2. So if I shift this over by 1, I can put, ooh, oh, yes, no, that'll work. That will work. Okay. Watch your feet there, Tommy. Don't step forward. At least not yet. Okay, should be fine now. OSHA is always mad at me. Which I am fine with this. That's one nice thing about working on a different planet, though. It's real hard for them to come and serve you your fines. That's not what I wanted. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. That sounds like a plan. Pretty much. Honestly, in most cases, the rules of safety are there to cover the majority of situations and try and protect the majority of people. They do not, however, take into account or cover those that are just naturally good at whatever the job is. Because there's no accounting for that. All right. Make sure we've got that. Awesome. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Yeah. Typically I do play with no edges, but I just didn't add that block to this particular mod set. It's so big. Yeah, and it is. I'm the same way. It does feel weird to play without or with edges. Watch out, Tommy. I'm getting rid of a lot of these blocks for a few. I'll get them back here in a second. No, I need interior block. I need a lot of interior. Okay. Doot. There we go. This is just proof that I like most people. More of a Cayman. And interior plate, most likely. Yeah, something like that. There it is. I want that. And that. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. That's going to be perfect. That's going to be pretty awesome, don't you know? Was it? Yes, it was. More than likely what you're going to want to do is basically invest in an A10 Warthog, or at least the idea of the Warthog. Take a gun and then build a ship around that gun. That's probably the best way to do it. I think that's the way that most people would do it. Honestly, the Warthog is probably still one of my... The Warthog and the SR-71, two of my favorite planes. Yes, something of that nature. But the Blackbird is just... It's the one of the most beautiful planes that we have ever created. And I know a lot of people like the F-35 Raptors. They're nice. But that's the 71, the SR-71, the Blackbird. It is the most gorgeous plane. And everything about it just screams perfection. Despite the fact that the thing leaks like mad when it's on the ground. Is not exactly the best plane at low altitude. But once it gets up into its realm, that is exactly the kind of plane that you want. That's battered. I wanted dusty. That's why it was looking weird. Well, and oftentimes, a lot of the things that we build are designed for one application and then get pushed into a different one. Oftentimes against their will. I need more ammunition for that. Well, damn. I now have my paint. Let's get... So basically, any time that there is something around you that's larger than an asteroid, you're basically fucked, is what you're saying. And yeah, like I said, let's get up here. Oh yeah. Ooh. Ooh, Cruz likes that a lot. Yeah, we can work with that. Joke, but fuck you. Let's see. You probably could. All right, the next step for what I want to do. Oh, I did put ramps there. I was smart. It doesn't happen very often, which is why it's so surprising when it does, but almost. Actually, I should be able to get into that from in here. Yep. Oh my god, I did the smart thing again. What the hell is wrong with me? All right, I need... I need to replace that with... Yeah, and especially when you're working on space stations, you really do have to be careful sometimes. One of the nice things about, I believe it's Build Vision that does this, is that if you're about to grind something down that has a lot of additional grid attached to it, it will turn red to let you know that you're about to break something. That still hasn't stopped me from doing it, but it at least makes you think about it for a second. Oh, God, yes. Let's do... Let's see if I can get this out here. I mean, I know I can. It's just a matter of how much work is it going to take. All right. Oh. Let's get... I'll probably have to do this like one or two at a time just to make sure I get this drilled out properly and that I'm going the correct direction and altitude or height. Nope, wrong way. I was starting off so good. I could probably just voxel hands that. Which I might do for giggles just to kind of clean stuff up. Is do the voxel hand stuff to clean up a lot of our holes and stuff around. And again, that does make an adequate manhole, so... There is a mod that allows you to, it takes gravel and turns it into concrete. And so you can do that. The only reason why I don't do voxel cleanup is because it may get rid of the voxels that we're currently using for the base. So that's just something you have to be aware of when you do voxel cleanup. And yep. Honestly, I don't know. I've never personally used it. I have it, but I've never actually used it. So I don't know if it creates any additional load at all. It might, but again, there's lots of additional mods that create. Yay, laser pointer. Let's see. Let's go a little bit further this way. See if we can the fact that that turret controller can see me underground is always kind of obnoxious. It's like, you shouldn't be able to see me because nobody else would be able to see me. Have I gone? Yeah, that's true. I'm not exactly quiet. Okay, it looks like I still... Oh, gotcha. That should be good. I don't know if that's going to be deep enough, but it is deeper than where we were at. And I can start, or I can continue going this way. Cross your fingers and your toes and your testicles. And if at all possible, cross your nipples as well. You know, in hindsight, what I probably should have done is count how many blocks are between the turrets and the base currently. And your eyes, yes. Just cross everything. Are we there yet? It feels like I should be there, but it's acting like I'm not. Damn, I'm good. Holy shit. All right. That is a good question. I don't know. Okay, let's go refill our hydrogen real quick, and then we will go. Holy crap, I can't believe I nailed that. That was pretty awesome. Oh. Yeah, it kind of was. Okay, so what you're wanting designed is an interplanetary large grid vessel that would be able to move from planets to station and back again and basically act as a hauler, is what you're saying. Hmm. Hmm. I can try and make something work. Uh-oh. Sounds like Tommy may have lost a gun. There we go. Oh, almost. Okay. The fact that there's enemies out there is interesting, because nothing's showing up on radar. Yay! I'll come back through and change it later. Just completely ruin it. It might be an enemy that's already had its antenna broken. Hey, Landry! Let's see. Okay, I can do that. I need... this. Okay. Then I should be able to walk that backwards. Oh, by the way, Landry, I had to repair your rover because Space Engineer Physics broke it. So I also had to make a couple of alterations to it. Most of it's still intact though, so there's that. Yeah, give me a second and I will show you. I think what was happening was that every time blocks got added to the base, it was causing your rover to bounce, and it kept bouncing backwards until it would bounce into the connector and then roll up the hill. And ordinarily it's been okay, but this last time it did it, I'm guessing it just broke the shit out of it. Let's get back here. So what I wound up having to do to it, the wheels are lowered on purpose. That's fine. Don't worry about it. But I replaced the survival kit with the medium cargo container and then added a connector. And as long as it's attached to the base, yeah, like I said, it's a physics bug. Although I wonder if it's also a rendering bug that causes it to constantly bounce backwards. But anyway, it's a little beat up. There's some blocks missing. You know what? I'm going to leave that one. But it is operational. And it's connected to the base, so it's good. And now I can come back through here. Two, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Okay. All right, good luck, Tommy. Oh, yes. Yeah, you do tend to constantly throw yourself at things that are going to kill you. Dumb, but admirable. No, you're Matt. We've already discussed this. Weren't you paying attention during kindergarten? Your mother and I very specifically named you. And there we go. Awesome. Yeah, it is nice when you have natural cover. Oh, come on. Let me out of here. Fine, don't. I don't care. I don't even care anymore. There. Now that I should be connected. I might care a little bit. Nice. Yes. We are fully and firmly connected. That's what I like to see. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, get rid of you. And
The hangar is under attack. Scramble all reinforcements. All second stage pilots on deck.
clean that up. Now, that's true. Well, it was also because it was just randomly moved and repainted. It was less the driving it around, and it was more the repainting it that threw me off. I don't mind if somebody drives it.
When the signal comes into the spacecraft, out into space, yes, that's where we'll be. We are creators.
This is Space Engineers, man.
This is the promise that we will keep. Space engineers.
Yeah,
Space engineers.
it's the music of the game.
Cruising through space on the outer fringe. Here I call for eight. They're signaling.
Okay, get rid of this and this.
On the station's higher as fuel burns and the Gatlings fire.
Actually, no, you guys. Yeah, you're fine.
Signal comes into the spacecraft, out into space, yes, that's where we'll be. We
Okay.
creators, put your trust in us. This is the promise that we will keep. Space engineers.
There we go.
Space engineers. Fuel critical.
Well, at least your rover's not lonely. Oh. Okay. That takes care of that side. Biggest problem right now is I think we're just short of all the good stuff. Mostly silver. Silver is currently the one thing that is holding us back the most. I think if we had more silver. Yeah. No, I get it. That's how I felt searching for cobalt. There we go. Hallelujah. Not necessarily. I mean, you could still get away with using a small one. Oh, yeah. Turn your antenna on, idiot. God, what is I looking? Oh, there we go. What was that? And there we go. Right, but in most cases, if you are... Let's see. Let's do this. That way I can third person it and be able to see what the hell's going on. Control. One of the nice things about being in... As long as you have a drill ship that will operate in space efficiently, it doesn't have to be planetary viable. And large grid is okay for the most part, but there are lots of situations where I think small grid winds up working out a little bit better. Wow, you are just absolutely looking to find exactly where Shit Creek is, aren't you? You don't need an oxygen farm. You really don't. So if you're looking to just make an efficient mining ship, small grid, a couple of small hydrogen or small oxygen tanks, and a couple of O2H2 generators plus your hydrogen and whatnot, you're fine. You don't go through enough oxygen for it to be that much of a problem. Now, if you're specifically looking to create a large grid ship, like an actual sort of like you want this to be a ship that you live on, then yeah, definitely go that route. Okay. And in most cases, the jump drive really is going to work best if you are trying to cover like hundreds of kilometers. I say do it, man. Get your energy weapon. Yeah. What I would recommend doing is... Uh-oh. I just saw it. Hey, Komarebi Terminal 2. We've got the red signal back. Yay. What I would recommend doing is either putting in like a to-do list, like put up an LCD screen on your station and just list out all the stuff that you want to get done, and not necessarily in order, but just get stuff done. Or a post-it note. No, we're not going to see explosions. That thing is 13, well, almost 13 kilometers away. It's not sending anything out. I guarantee you, as soon as I'm done streaming and as soon as I log out, that's when we'll get attacked. It happens every time. Nah, you should be fine. All right, fine. You are so desperate to see combat. I will give you what you want. Let me take the hydrogen. Let's take 2 more. We'll take one of these. And we'll take 20 of those. And you absolutely want to see some sort of combat. I will give you your combat. You would be surprised. So essentially, clone, what you want me to do is you want me to go ahead and build a giant fucking warship and go throw the warship at red signals and constantly go in there and just blow everything up all the time is what you're telling me. So what you want me to do is you actually want me to play a completely different game that is nothing but combat and action. I don't... Oh, God. An ICBM isn't going to... You know what? Tell you what, I'm going to go look up a blueprint on the workshop. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to build it for you guys, and then I'm going to blow up the base. And that should make you guys happy for all of about 2 minutes. In fact, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put this out there right now. I was talking about this yesterday, but it seems like a lot of people are more interested in the destruction of stuff than the construction of stuff. And I get it. It's cool. Explosions are cool. Things on fire is cool. But that's not me, generally. I'm hitting it. The station is already on fire. I don't have a grinder or anything. But there we go. There is a station. It is red. It has been shot at. It was already on fire, but... Nope, nope, nope. You guys, you want to see explosions, so... You're gonna get explosions. Nope. Again. See, this is what happens. You guys sit there and you harangue me because you want something. I'm going to give it to you. Whether you like the way you get it or not, this is what you're going to get. We're going to sit here and we're going to do this way. Arm warhead, start countdown, and... This is what you wanted. You wanted explosions. I'm not sure it did anything, honestly. There you go. Anyway, let's just Nope. It's still not mine. Although why it's still floating, I don't know. Like, it shouldn't still be floating. Anyway, there we go. Explosions have happened. They weren't very satisfying, were they? Now, I'm going to go back to building shit. Because that's what I do. I'm a builder. And if things blow up, it's by accident, typically. Oh, that's Ice Bitch, that's why. Oh, I want to go over here. Nice terrain, though. I do like the deserty part of the planet more. Ark's problem is it's too damn big. There's no reason why that game needs to be like 150 gigabytes. I'm sorry, but it is an unoptimized piece of shit of a game. I mean, I understand why people like it, because yay, dinosaurs. Go ahead. If you want to claim it, it's all yours to do so. Yeah, that is way too fucking big. I'm sorry. Like, but when you're starting to take up like half of a 1 terabyte hard drive or SSD for one game, you don't get that much. Yes, whatever you want to do, Tommy, you don't have to ask me for permission. Just do it. Like, if you want to go take over another station, go ahead. If you want to blow one up, go ahead. It doesn't matter. Storage is not as dirt cheap as you believe it is. Because you still have to... an HDD. Try playing a 400 gigabyte game on an HDD. Tell me how it goes. The problem is, when you look at storage and storage speeds, there is a huge difference. Yes, an HDD is going to have a lot of storage, but it doesn't necessarily have the transfer speed that games are wanting. I know, right? Plus, and especially these days, affording those sorts of things is really a question of how much food do I want for the week? How much hard drive space do I want? Oftentimes, the food wins out. Tools. You go there, you go there. Cool. Yeah. Back in the day when we could afford stuff. Nice. I miss playing Arma sometimes. There are times where, and especially Arma 2. What am I want you. Gotcha. What am I doing? I'm adding. I am so all over the place right now. That's what I'm trying to accomplish. Yeah. Cross your fingers. And your eyes and your toes and your nipples and your testicles. Back to crossing everything again. Let's grab that would be annoying. Gumdrops actually sound pretty good. Hope is cheap, but because of that, it's a good thing to hold on to. Yeah, he mostly does his job in the shadows sometimes. Yes, we'll do that. There we go. Oftentimes during my streams, he is busy working on his own stuff because, you know, he actually has a job. Unlike yours truly, who this is my job. Oh, yes, MA weapons. Yes. That is a good set of weapons. I've used those before. My favorite out of that pack is actually the blister turret, because it is a really nice low profile turret. Okay. Grab some more. Nope, not of those. Of those. Thank you. And then yeah, no problem. Yeah, social anxiety. You're close enough. No, that makes sense. Basically, what you're saying is you'd like to go back and finish your education as an industrial technician. But unfortunately, aside from various other issues, social anxiety is one of them. You hate people. I too also generally dislike social situations. So I totally get it. I tried to explain it to a friend of mine one time. Nice. That sounds like a good time, Mortibus. And there we go. Now let's see. Hot damn. Turn off your dampeners or just turn off your rear thrusters. Excuse me, your reverse thrusters. And coast at 100 meters a second. I do it all the time. That's how I can actually get through space. Oh, they did? Oh, that sucks. There we go. The timing, the weird timing on that makes it interesting, but all right. Well, holy shit. That is a fair sight. Really, Automod? I love the fact that Mortibus was able to say it, but Automod just picked up the initials by themselves. That's hilarious. But I'll be damned. So really the biggest thing that I have left is to get rid of that pipeline. It's because you keep trying to blow it up. That's why. Stop trying to blow it up, clone. That's the problem. If you would just love the Automod, just love it gently. I don't think Automod is female. Automod, though, is very definitely binary. Nope. Already have a hole through the side. We already took care of it. Yeah. Turnip actually managed to get the diagonal dug for us. Well, Tommy and I, mostly Tommy, definitely a lot Tommy, I was just kind of the supervisor, dug out the straight section. Why is there a giant hole right here? What the hell? Alright, whatever. That was probably Wrath. Mostly I think it's just because, so the way the Automod works from what I understand is that it works off of a basic definition library. So whatever Twitch automatically sets up as its base library, but then it gets certain words and phrases added to it based off of the potential number of banned phrases and words from all of the streamers. And then sorts through that list based off of whatever the language filters are for that stream. So, for instance, if, let's say, I had my language settings more strict, then it would go ahead and start curtailing or start censoring a lot more words. That won't be. Karen is the proper name. They would basically have to start blocking people named Karen, legitimate people named Karen. Okay, so here's something interesting. That is actually, no, that's fine. Automod is a Twitch feature. You can't name it. That would be funny, but you can't. How did you lose all of your flight abilities? You just aren't having any fucking luck over there. Oh, well, double check your controls to make sure you're not on fill or anything like that. Oh, well, yeah, that'll do it. And oh, gotcha. It is funny what'll happen sometimes just because of cultural differences versus English. Let's go grab my rover and bring my rover over. Oh, yes. Okay. That is plenty of clearance. Oh. Well, at least it's close. And we'll get that. Was the H2 tank damaged? Oh, wait. Did you connect the ship to the enemy base? Because if you did, Tommy, what probably happened is the base stole it. Oh, okay, you didn't. So, not that. I don't know then, man. I don't know what happened to your H2. Apparently your ship just decided to fart a whole bunch of H2. Let's see. Now this is all ramp, so I'm actually going to probably change that, I think. It was damaged, but he repaired it. I don't know what's going on anymore. Yeah, always a good idea to have extra ways to refuel or make fuel. All right. Yes. Sometimes you got to go a little extra so that you can stay a little normal. There we go. Oh, wow. This is so nice. Doink. Oops. And there we go. And it is right there. Okay. And connected. Awesome. Alrighty. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and wrap this one up. We have actually gotten a considerable amount of work done today. We now have the... Oh, yeah, that's right. I wanted to finish. Needed to get these welded up real quick. And there we are. So... All right, you want me to... All right, I'll stream for 45 minutes. For 45 more minutes. And guess what? I'm going to go stream. Because I can do that. I'm going to go play that crappy Dune game. That would be hilarious, but no hot tub. But anyway, so as far as this goes, we've got the refineries moved in. We've got the assemblers moved in. We moved the batteries in, which now they're all charged up. Yay. I may go ahead and add a second row of batteries just to make sure that we have a lot of extra power. The base has been repainted. Hallelujah. Thank God, no. And then what else we got? The road's all cleaned up. God, it's so nice having the road all cleaned up. Look at that. The only thing that I really need to do is move that second above ground conveyor line underground and kind of get it hitting. Thank you. We'll need to weld up the front ramp. I know, right? I'm sorry. That pink was just, it was funny for a day or two, but after that, it just got to a point where it was purely obnoxious. So the next thing that I need to do, like I was mentioning, is move that conveyor line underground, get it all attached up, so that way it's out of the way. And then we'll also see about moving the rest of, or moving the windmills to a different location so that they're a little more practical. Finish up that wall so that way it's a little bit more of a wall. And then probably also add another one to the top of the ridge to the left and to the right so that we have sort of, in fact, I may just finish the wall up in general so that it's more of a circling things. Gotcha. But we'll get that cleaned up and looking nice. And yeah, so that'll be what we do. I'll probably work on that over the weekend. And in that way, next week we can start paying attention to doing other projects like building more ships, helping Matt out with his station and getting the two kind of pseudo connected and going from there. But I am actually going to wrap up for today. It has been a long week, but it's been a rewarding week. We're finally seeing real proper progress, as long as Matt's not flying a ship on a planet. And Tommy's not losing ships and rovers. So basically, as long as everybody's staying at home and just standing on the ground, we should be fine. Fair enough, Matt. Fair enough. I'll get your card punched. Anyway, though, that is going to be it for today. As always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful weekend. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you next week.